Why, hello everybody, welcome back to my channel. I'm Ramen Phoenix, and today we are going to continue with some more of the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air today, isn't it, I suppose? Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more conjury, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're surely not mistaken, this child's far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not prying for the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like... the trial of the professor 10 years ago. The closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruto? An outright victory of science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ah, what to once man is a little hair problem. It's to another day of a drinking dubious poison of the dubious poison. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful of you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And now you, I see one uncelebrated great detective, is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow, compared to my paltry engagement with a few tribal cases. The Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater threat to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is one point on which I could readily commend you. What an honor. And that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes! After all, behind this lawyer is a very great mind, my own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father! Shouldn't you be at the Symphonium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see your fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there is some fruits to see. Otto. Oh, yes, Gina? Why you agree to this, eh? Why you take him on? This Reaper bloke, everybody say with him what? What killed the boss? I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who call him what, the Reaper's just a name. You got a person in the end of the day. And if it turns out to be him that what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least there may be some solace to the disease. Please, Otto. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless. There's nothing I can do. So you gotta find who done this and make the rich pay. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way to the courtroom at once, please. Alright then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And the one who lost the man who helped her escape the situation. All the misfortune, all the pain, on course to collide and headlong for this trial. It's time to shine a light on these all dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial for the defendant Barrett Van Zeeks. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'll be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been on a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind the scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions to the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, by Her Majesty's direct orders. How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and jurisdiction fall to my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' bench shall remain vacant today. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord?
They are members of the judiciary here to witness proceedings and ensure the equitable trial.
Members of the judiciary? Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already.
There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings to which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. As I stand here in the courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma?
Very well, let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street at the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there by an old single-room rental property.
Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of the country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident?
Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot and all have reported at the same time.
Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses.
I have here the plan of the room.
The victim was found curled up in the one corner. It believed that it was shot at the front of point-blank range and died instantly.
How has the range been determined?
There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. The powder hot enough to leave scorch marks only ingested a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happened when the target is at point-blank range.
I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, counsel.
Bullet wound. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim.
And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm?
No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama. We're not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There is a candelabrum mounted on the wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown up by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right.
Thank you for the thorough report, counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please.
As you wish, my lord.
Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private adored?
No, my lord. This room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone, but there is precious little furniture inside and is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or another? When the policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside holding a revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot.
So the details of this case are clear.
In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness.
A name, please, counsel.
Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Zeeks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth.
Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand.
So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Barrett Van Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor.
I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening premise.
I did.
It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by a arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear your explanation of some things away. Namely, why were you there at the room on Fresno Street at the time in question? And what exactly took place? I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth.
I must say, Lord Manzikes, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you become known as the Reaper, the part of me has been dreading it. Your formidable testimony, then, witness.
I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard a gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. The testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard the shot being fired in the room with no living occupants. And moments later, our corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi.
It would appear to be a singular chill indeed.
Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's gotten into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all.
Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for? Oh, wait a minute. Oh man, my audio was been muted this whole time. I'm so sorry. Well, too late now. I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could ensure the proof I needed.
It's important to understand that at the in question, you followed the victim to the scene.
No, I was prior to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard to consult his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted at the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense.
As it does in Great Britain, I assure you, is that not the case, Lord Manzikes?
I was aware of the possible consequence. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoy such freedom to choose what to divulge on their own. Ugh! I ever think I could defend this man?
Hold it!
Have you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun had only just gone down. It would still have been visibly light outside. The room had a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from the outside. It was extremely murky inside. I one time noticed that the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I had a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning in the desk, but I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a small desk in the room just there. Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as a framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and I started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk.
Hold it!
So who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there? Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is, I didn't sense another presence. Aha! Then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's not the question. Oh! Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Ugh, this is going from bad to worse. And you say there's a point. That's the point in which you noticed a revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you someone hastily took from in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with the answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that.
Hold it!
The man you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street.
Who are these merchants?
A number of them have set up their stalls directly beneath the board below the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler are all giving statements saying they heard the gunshot. and without doubt of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Tina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. And almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come to immediately notice the revolver in my hands was Webb. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention to that direction. What did you mean by that? And what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson.
Most curious circumstances indeed.
How to expect it was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere. I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Derek Van Zeeks, is lying on multiple fronts. What? What is that supposed to mean?
Good gracious, counsel! The defendant is lying, you say?
In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this Cantaloupe brothers. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it's been blown up by a powerful impact.
One would excuse that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you consider the two candles, which is clearly in a different length.
Yes, I can only see the candle appears to have been struck by a bullet as long.
We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one and no longer than the other. That must be because a particular candle was extinguished when the others are still burning. That's right. When the candle was hit by a bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still shown on the candelabrum, and the accuser's claim to he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now, to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claimed never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered with top to bottom of police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right, we saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be diluted. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there is a common thread linking all the documents on that board.
Indeed? What is this common thread, counsel?
They're all related to cases prosecuted in court by Derek Van Zeeks. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are one in which the defendant was acquitted.
Good lord!
Interestingly, none of the defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Ah! Oh no! In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been in his own secret hideout? No one will believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards.
Backwards? Explain, Counsel.
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand.
What? Order!
Order!
Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barry Van Zeeks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service in his country. However, it is with a deep regret that I concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention. That the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts.
All I have done is speak the truth that I know. Hudson has done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawn to his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable.
Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed as court as evidence. I believe it is fundamentally establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Thank you, my lord. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold to that day in question. It was mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room.
Very well. Lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord. Oh, hello, I see a familiar one. So, witnesses, state your name and occupation for the court.
Names? You don't use names. Far too offensive for the likes of us.
We're just free and easy, so what we like, live where we want to live.
I can give you all my vacant stairs. They walk down to Fresno and give a few words with the rest of them. Oh, would I be right too soon that all three of you make their living by selling waivers on the street? Everyone calls me gossip. I sell chauncey little tidbits by passengers, you know.
Chauncey little tidbits?
Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your chiller's wrist.
6 pence is the price and not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now?
Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is.
Pay the man, counsel.
Alright, 6 pence it is.
You won't regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on? Just between us, a young couple in 2nd Street have just had twins.
Is that it?
No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread. But that spits to you in your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. No one juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious.
I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that bottom lip of yours. Maybe that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. What about the next witness then? What name do you go by? What do you sell? Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks in all the local school kids. 6 pence a pop. What you say? Did she light it up with her butt? Okay. You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that they got 100 if they could blow up the school.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh? Want a pallet with 6 pence on a pop? Wait, what? You want to buy one? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you want 100 of them, you can blow up a whole courtroom.
Try the woman.
Give her the money and see if she's right.
Hey, the woman counsel.
Alright, I'll buy one. Lovely stuff. Right then, and something a bit extra just for you. A Venus special. Only 600 pence. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. We just got the Phoenix firecracker in the courtroom. That's funny.
And the last witness.
What name do you go by? What do you sell?
I think of me, think all sorts of thoughts. I think they're who I am. I think they're who I think. Because I stand here on the street watching the word go on about me, they call me the Observerator.
Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything?
Problem shared with a problem hall, what you say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means.
But is your name Beppo?
I don't actually sell anything now. Come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchases today, please.
Well, we have quite the cast here, it seems.
They consult their business on French Street from morning till night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene.
I see, and thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose.
Not only that, but they bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime.
I'll be better than I thought, just between us.
Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
What I think is, if all fellows sees light and shadow play in our eyes if any of it's real. Very well. The court will hear the formal statement of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident.
These are an interesting cast of characters.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went into the building.
It was less than a minute after the refab got inside that we all heard a big bang.
Instant music thing, quick to talk and quick to walk. Cause we couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
I ran in the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared half to damn me, so I ran off to find a copper. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see actually going in the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Bear Ben Zeeks.
I see pictures of that Reaper in the paper.
I know what he looks like. Just between us, the folks love a store like this. So it made me self a tidy sum already. But wait, the room is just one of the several flats in the building. How one of the other flat could have done it? All those flats in Central Street are occupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Cuboon.
The testimony of the Torres is that I would think of these words for now. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime.
No. Thank you for your candor, my lord.
Counsel for the defense, you may proceed the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Yes, my lord. In a close court like this, without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down his testimony. Somehow.
Hold it!
When they say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defense of Lord Van Zeke?
I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty.
I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure, Inspector. Just behind Inspector Gregson? Do they arrive at the same time as each other?
No, not at all. The first fella must have gone inside the good 15 minutes before we heard the gunshot.
The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that?
Am I sure? Am I sure? Doesn't seem likely I've forgotten a fella with bright red hair like that, don't it?
Yeah, his hair is really red, isn't it? Redder than my favorite fireworks heroes.
That's why the red mob still burnt inside my eyelids and eyes.
Wait a minute, you're saying the man was a redhead?
Weren't you listening, chum? Aye, he was a redhead.
And he had a big chunk on him as well. Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of my imagination. Seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson alright. And a red hairpiece. Ah! Of course, we saw one on the floor we investigated this scene, didn't we? I still refuse to remove Inspector Gregson for a hairpiece though. And then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, what might say. Photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel.
And what became of the chunk that the redhead victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it was just disappeared?
What? Do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him in the dock going in though, no question about that. So then you were the first person to arrive at the scene, is that right?
That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional and yelled out, "What's going on here?"
Lord Van Zeke's claiming that you heard a man scream though. And was it dark inside the room?
No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall.
Really?
And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Zeke's claim not to have seen any such lights on the wall.
The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body.
The accused Bear Van Zeke.
That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no liver coward. I stood my ground and gave the keeper whole card to myself.
Oh, what is it, Sandwich?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich?
There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just two slices with no middle. so I don't know what it could have went with me.
I think that maybe you just remembered something? Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean.
What I think is, we all nothings really. We try to dress ourselves up to something else, but at the end of the day, we're the street sellers.
That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich.
When he saw the reaper, he fell clean over his backside.
That's it?
Oh, you rotten beggar, I told you to keep it a secret. He screamed and scrambled up on all fours. That's all I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, is this true?
The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Landed my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck.
What? A pool of blood?
But listen here, even when I was sprawling on the floor,
I still kept giving the creeper cold hard stare, and don't you forget. Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hands?
oh, I did. I have to be the best of us at times, don't it? But I'm scared, so I slipped over. We can't keep this between us, can we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information in your formal testimony.
Oh, if I must. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
Oh, hello. Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it almost feels like a handprint. And the color! Blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. That could be useful.
Objection!
So you wiped out the blood from your hands on the floor in the room. Are you quite sure about that?
Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Doesn't really matter.
Objection!
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting?
Objection!
If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint on blood very left clearly on the scene. On the back of this notice board.
Oh, yes, indeed. Indisputably handprint in the distinctive color of blood. Oh, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere.
Objection!
The witness is very clearly testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the hand of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
Not if the board had fallen over onto the floor. In any case, it's possible that the witness handprint had only ended up there. Just look at the floor plan in the room. The notice board was on the opposite corner of the room of the victim in the upright position. Even if it's somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time. It would have been a considerable distance from the body.
I fell over when I came across the body. I was basically right next to the corpse. Not on the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, in which there must be a reason.
I think that you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel. Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found in the scene.
I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by... The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it's found. As the court can see, it's upside down.
Good gracious! So it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the figures will be pointing upwards.
What does this tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
And that would be...
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
Here?
Take that!
This is the only possible location. Okay, I was right.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway.
If the court would like to think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see a body.
By heck!
If the notice board has been here, the body would be completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection!
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true, or his precise words. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Cause it was me that kicked the door open.
If you look again on the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door of the room was thrown open with force. I can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible.
Gracious!
My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Ora! Ora!
Counsel, how does this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have right the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room.
Witness, what do you have to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord?
You and your fellows were there at the scene before anyone else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
The witnesses of the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses to me. I get the message. I don't know anything about the notice board. I just let my hand on it, that's all.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a policeman to me with the sign of the Crossroads of Life. It was that Reaper, I bet. He got a face that screams ball. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died where we heard the gunshot. So now that you can elaborate further.
Shaken by the crime they witnessed and only the light of the few candles and the oil lamp to which to see. We can't expect these witnesses to be able to give more precise account of what happened. No, right, yeah. I don't think you expect too much.
It's man's endless quest for knowledge that destroys the world. That's what I think.
Do you? Really? In any case, as the testimony showed, even if the notice board was removed by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed the crime is Beric Banzis. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances?
Most certainly, my lord.
Very well. Then you may proceed, counsel.
Hold it!
When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's a primary store just around the corner, you see. These cheeky little selling silly guys planning to blow up the store at Kingdom Come. Ah. So I've been telling Mom and letting the teachers know what they're up to. Oh, you have? Yeah, we don't want anyone to get hurt. I let the school know that the kids are playing with Dodge toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off of them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids will come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? What a racket. Of course, and some of the students gave me a little bonus thing for letting me know. It's a busy old life and explosive.
Venus is a joyful goddess of business.
Well, selling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I love good at it. Oh, sandwich again.
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, could I just leave it at that? Will that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus' statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said without dotting an I, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm never so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth, in which case she's not a liar? Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one. You think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, but it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, aren't you? What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. I'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a sternly disturbing mind behind a sweet and innocent face, young lady.
So Miss Venus had lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
My life means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I've been saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
All the Palaver out here headed to the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs from behind him too. That's right. That rotten lion over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact take yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, That revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch?
So you did indeed visit the scene of crime, didn't you, young lady? Good grief!
Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah. Either you clearly remember it or you don't.
Well, I shall consider the fitting punishment for this perjurous act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your system to reflect the truth.
Oh, yes, my lord, of course.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright. But you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Well, alright, just a big fan. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know. Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I had a look and see if there was anything I could say. So I did give a place a once over, and there was nothing to write one about. Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bit of loose change and I'll have the truth, please. Well, alright then. I thought there may be something worth having underneath it. Blast the flip thing. Sorry, flip the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move the board? I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You dark non-ports! I don't believe it. I got that thing.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have been taken, perhaps, to sell? Oh, please, I should be lucky if my imagination... The truth now! I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. It's a bit of sugar and can be worth much, yes. Ah! So it was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it! Gina.
Good lady, but never mind you where you are.
Now watch! Now watch this! I was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard. Did a big case job 10 years ago. That's a key, no doubt. Now boss used to wind it up every day without fail when he was waiting to do grub for the pub. You see, I swiped it off once on Blind Man was upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he wouldn't miss a day of the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, now watch this. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then. It's not all that though. I took it to Jebby's that night to see how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked out and worthless, to call it. I knew I should have left it. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when you're done. Not a chance. I'll swipe it out of you if you get your grubby mitts on it again.
That's enough. Time to watch the Bailiff Forthworth.
Now, children, wash your manners.
Good lord! The glass appeared to be broken!
More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't take anymore either. Which is why Jebby didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5.
Exactly when the gunshot was heard, though. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course.
Well, it will appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least.
And as predicted, it has little bearing to this case. Ugh.
No, then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about to rise next to this wall. It would be wonderful if we have the key. Let's check carefully over what we already found. The helmet of the charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavy to handle. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. I wish I twisting it around and around too for fun. Ah, oh, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not for that size. But what is it for, I wonder? Actually, wait. Mr. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be a key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Try it at once. It's not a moment to lose. I knew it. A perfect fit. And look! The Inspector's watch has started going again. Ah, so it's obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mrs. Sato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I think it's a profound implication. Deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. Now we got it. And now we can actually...
Objection!
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh! At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the Inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wounded the pocket watch, we discovered that it is in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises to which the entire case has been built. What?
Ora! But Counsel, the watch has stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we had the gunshot.
It is exactly the hour.
The time that I was showing the watch up was nothing other than when it wound me down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. That's obviously when the crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for a grub to come at the pub. Then he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was at the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound up the typing of the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound out at 5 o'clock the following day.
Oh,
Well, you explain then! In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in the room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch.
You can't mean...
What would stop a man winding his watch as you habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead.
Ora! Counsel! That is the most extraordinary claim!
Objection!
Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard coroner would have overlooked something like that? On the subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission on the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. That's right.
Wait a minute, you're forgetting that my legs went under me when I kicked the door in.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my hand on a dirty great puddle of blood.
Yes. So the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh.
You catch it on fast, don't you?
Objection!
But that blood could be explained in a number of ways. It could have been there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body.
Objection!
Does my learned friend think the fresh blood is available at every street corner? Well, it ain't necessary to be human blood, of course. You just told previously that Scotland Yard has no way of identifying blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. As president, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood would have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't expected blood at all.
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? Us loud know what we heard. It was a loud man we heard in that room.
Now you listen to me. A street seller is his livelihood.
I don't doubt your ears, sir, but you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise.
Explain yourself, counsel.
A noise that sounded like a gunshot could have been made with Have you any idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staying at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just as a Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of firecrackers would someone. Shall we find out? What? But he said it could blow up the courtroom. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. Sounded almost exactly like...
Take that!
something like this. A corporal could have set up one of these fake gunshot.
Good gracious, the very fireworks that were sold by the witness?
Now hold on a minute, you didn't say I did it? The pretty little fireworks only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. Ah! You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant in the room at 5 that day. They sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these pellers at Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause the bang was Barrett Van Zeeks. One whiff of the match and my firecracker still pop. See? That's why people like them.
I feel for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I learned of my very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb.
Good heavens, a bomb?
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing may lead to yet another international incident. No. Wait, it's the whenever you like part that's important. A time device? Yes, exactly. A time device. Something of a nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
The Cabinet claim will have to sustain with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest that anyone at the time device can employ at the created gunshot wolf?
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles of this candelabrum has been blown off.
Indeed, because it was struck by a bullet which specifically passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder or scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle.
There are? Goodness, yes. If that's not the case, then there is also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound?
That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that can only occur when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun.
Oh!
Which means that the scorching of the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks?
How could that be, huh?
The fact that there is such visible scorching of this candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers from the point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually igniting the fuse on the firecracker, generating a loud and that's how these three witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
Well, what a plot. This implicates that the victim could have died earlier than we are led to believe, the previous day even. Now, just hold your horses.
Us lot now saw with the victim going to the building, remember?
I could forget that flame-colored head if I wanted to.
The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Considering this,
Oh!
obviously anyone can wear a wig, so the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing a red hairpiece.
Someone else? Do you mean to say?
It was the same person who contributed the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma. I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of the great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of time at death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, the whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired.
Oda! Prosecutor Sogi, what on earth do you mean by the statement?
I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present during the trial today, so we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense is certain about the time of death based on these victims' stopwatch is just conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friends may be correct, we have a duty to explore it.
Well, certainly, I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go at the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated with confidential at Scotland Yard.
Even within the yard.
However, considering the evidence we have presented with so far, I think it's fairly apparent which case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my new friend? I do have a feeling about what case I might be investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can be explained to the court the case is being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of death.
Very well, counsel. Explain your arguments to the court. What evidence exists of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident?
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume that it's part of the disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make inspection more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in the crowd. Except, that is, in the crowd of gentlemen from the Red Hair League.
The Redhead League?
So, you already worked it out.
What on earth is this all about? Is this such an extraordinary league of gentlemen?
The Red Hair League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
Deception of what nature, counsel?
They have been targeting red-headed men across all London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested in a misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for these 2 men to be summoned at once.
2 redheads?
Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using his hairpiece. It's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. It's only possible that such contact leads to more serious events.
I concur that we cannot have precautions this new avenue explored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least.
The prosecutor will make an immediate arrangement for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 red-headed league conspirators before me, Prosecutor Osogi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
Oh, man. Alright, let's keep going. Oh, there you are, Otto. Well, Captain Manifilo. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yeah. I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I. Probably more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes, but I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is Officer's reported question, isn't it? Yes, it's strange that there is no time of death noted. I suppose it's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Sylph. I know. Anyway, it seems that the day before Lord Van Zeke discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, but perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in as you put it. My soothsayer interest is really equated slightly by the rare sense of weekly 4-pound pence. And that scent matched an underlying sense of deception, I suppose? The two criminals in question are a pair we saw during being arrested yesterday, aren't they? And Mr. Sholmes Sweet, I mean. That's right, Snooze. It was me who took him in. Thanks to that tip off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be the pair of the witnesses stand next, isn't it? Something that doesn't quite make sense to me now. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you had to have trouble with the red-headed leak, yeah, you had to. What would they expect to have investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own smooth-counted interest is piqued by the rare sense of the weekly 4-pound income. Don't tar him up with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, there's a whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zeeks for some reason. The Reaper, the red-headed leak, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zeeks, and Cosmo. I feel as though he knew we were right at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear Hello. The recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Cosmo was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. He was determined that I should take the defense. What is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Mrs. Otto? Yes!
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed trial court hearing of Baron Van Zeek. Here present and stand accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi. My lord. Have you summoned the witnesses as requested?
Yes, 2 members of the Red-Headed League who were planning to carry out the deception and are no longer on the local prison by police care.
Very good. Bailiff, usher these 2 men in the courtroom.
These 2 men are currently being held under police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabian de Rosso, a descendant of the great Rosso family from Nest de France. And my name is Pepito de Rossi. I am the 3rd son of the great Familia de Rossi, the Landsopers of Napoli. The 2 men first became acquitted of the boarding school in European nobility. So congratulations, Zermac, as the future leaders of Europe. What? Do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alors, I make up my mind of you to get the better with the words explore the little grey cells in my brain. That is all I'm trying to do. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carried out? Well, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has a great idea with a petty plan. The strange combination is the time of the Hairless Brothers. Deep couple? Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you. Che? Are you about to tell me what the grand desortes Vesta? Firstly, I want you to stop calling me Zip Capo. Secondly, we are not a los tres platos. This is serious business. Hello, there it is, a Capo Trumpo card, a birthday bro. It is deep, Capo, the pharaoh and the meaning of your words.
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, You have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui, c'est ça.
And what exactly is the nature of this deception which you plan to defraud?
Alors, I will explain it. No, couple! Leave it to me! As you see, we both have a ribbon red hair, no? At school we would teach this without pity. The couple here was meditating behind the schoolhouse trying by the Trevi fountain. Oh, it is so dark when they did wear Rebecca's red hair. Every night he would bury his head on his pillow and we can just sit there and chat that, so that's enough. It will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. And 1 week before the plan was put operated, we listed as a notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled to the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est ça. I was honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered and dopes of the parts specified on the advertisement. From each person present, the pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with his money to France, there's plan most elegant known? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anyone was foolish enough to be taken by such obvious trick. The part was described as what witness as choked with red-headed folks like a costly orange sparrow. And the day in which all the men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in the days than I see in the rest of my life. See, Mr. Now, every time I see couples hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have you been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for that trial is not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They only have shown this photograph.
Very good. So, Mr. de Brazil and Mr. de Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony to the court on the subject of the gentleman picture of this photograph.
Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. So we got a Frenchman and an Italian man, okay. We had more than 100,000 people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Are you a couple? None. I don't remember him. Obviously he was dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It was your fault that we are caught in the first place. You're giving sworn testimony that this man is the photograph and is not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I am quite certain. We are not intimate this man. No, but it looks alike. This is the came to the parties, I can promise.
It must be noted that you have been arrested for grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assertions.
Uffa! With this attitude, we get to nowhere, huh? He really is Ahsoka now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records attention on the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar part of the event on the day of the question, That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that he was killed. Very well.
The defense may proceed with cross-examination now.
Yes, my lord. But according to what you had said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning with the and the day. Surely then, you can't actually remember every single face. How can you be certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, a redhead is ready to sanctify. But now when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it is just an eyesore. But there was some other information you could give us. Maybe we could revolve. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If these were the man with the heavy earpiece and the mustache and the magic color, then I do not think that I forgot him. Cosmos at these two only can show the photograph and they have been told nothing else at all. But what I fact that one the detail about the victim. For example, his fish and chips. And I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man with the red hair wouldn't help him remember the situation. But what if I told you that this man with the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man is a photograph, a detective. Yes. It would appear he's probably noticing the paper suspicion decided to investigate incognito. Salty, but this case is nothing.
Excuse me!
Something to add, Mr. De Rossi? See? I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remarks by any chance? Eh? What did he say? About the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But the white couple, what is the problem? There was a man who said that. I haven't expected it from Scotland Yard. What?
Good lord! Order! Explain this foul face to your testimony witness.
It's simple. The man who was at the party because it was expected. This was no such man. Man died. What do you think, couple? Have you forgotten, I haven't forgotten nothing. Nobody likes this came to the party. Basta, couple, basta. You beat me to many things, but not to a memory in the meals. Like I said, when the time is pizza, pasta, no one is a basta. But you are inferior to me in any other way, so shut up.
Objection!
Ugh. Sometimes the damage is done.
Indeed it is, sir.
Wait, it was a man who came to the park and said he was suspected from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like this man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be sure? Because to start with, his face is completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean shaven, his eyes were sadder, and his chin was thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever then.
Anyways, I was not going to be fooled. I did see obvious precaution and said to him, if you were really a detective, so was the proof. See, the couple here, he doesn't take on no nonsense, alright? But he was very prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official or police inspector's identification?
That is most unconvincing.
Sorry, my lord?
Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification to inspection. It's quite out of the question.
Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, his papers are fake. Sito, Papo. Capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a deed to recognize another, aye? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoyed. He said, you are under investigation. So I took the papers and then chased out in the park. It was fantastical, and look, here is identification. So you stole it from the man? He had it coming, he was very scared. But he was not who he said he was.
Indeed, a person as Scratch does not appear to have behaved as such a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be inserted into evidence.
But I do like him.
Now, let us return to the witness's testimony.
Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This Scotland Yard's insignia looks genuine to me. But how? The department identification number details are all correct as well. It's funny I have known those. Do you mean to say? You know, it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. That's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all.
Objection!
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very carefully. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade?
What is your intention here, Counsel?
Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. That is the boss! No question about it! It can't be! As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League enrollment in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation.
No!
Hold up! But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he say. Could it be then? That the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? Aye! What are you saying? Unable to? You're not suggesting... Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen. No!
Order!
The defense posed that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to do about that? I know nothing. I done nothing. Police have to get their big beam. None do. You can't behave a little more like a master criminal than that, none. Now I wish I had to return to Italia. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Lumine, stop your whine and start talking.
Well, I believe the court would like to hear your story in considerable greater detail.
I know nothing there. I done nothing there. Yeah, tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. Ugh.
You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances which you obtained from them.
For crying out loud, literally. The truth is, we took the prisoner and kept the prisoner back to their secret hideout. Even though I'm instinctive and detective, I was too scared to let you go today, just in case. We took the man that didn't engage him and set them out in the next room next to ours. They were like a little constable, we did him in arms. No harm, and next morning we let him go. He spent the night in his right room and was nothing like a prisoner anyway.
This is outrageous. You would prison the man?
But no, see, no, it was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and very calm and very happy. Hey, couple.
He was never part of my plan. I swear it.
So you think it was my fault, eh? Because I got the date to the ferry wrong. But one little thing.
I do not think you're fault, Peppino. I know it.
No. Por favor, couple. It's not fair.
We shall have plenty of time to squabble back to the prison, gentlemen. Oof, I don't believe this. How could I have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
On the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in his parent hideout. This is just weird. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly?
Wolf, it was nothing, just a minor incident.
I thought in fact thought it was a few word, couple? What happened? It was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what did he have to do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tried to escape to a ventilor. Can you blame him? We chased him, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your head, did you? Oh, what do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught him again and took him back to the...
Excuse me!
Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong? I pressed the wrong button. Me? Something Mr. De Rossi just seems to make you, well, it seems to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Cavolo, at times like this, you don't have to wait a couple after you, believe me. But I speak from the personal experience, Personal experience? That is enough, Peppino. This is not more, there is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before you put the record and put the plan, I was scared. It was not the fair of the couple, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the couple here, he came after me like a turbine, huh? But he dragged me back into the house, kicking and screaming. I did have the bruises to prove it, couple?
Bruises, you say?
You wanna see, huh? You want to see my fabuloso bruises? That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What to do? I just showed you I do not. I just showed you I do not. You do. Now! Allora, if everyone wants to see, then I do it. Echo, you see, it was very irresistible, eh? The red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house? See, the couple sometimes is very rough, and I said that's enough. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with this you're talking about here. You have a word.
Yes. What is your opinion, Counsel?
About this red ring around Mr. De Rossi's neck? I wonder, does it matter? Very important. Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony to details about the mark on your neck. Alright, couple, you see? Everyone's interested to say what I have to say, huh?
Very well. You will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. De Rossi.
See if you really want to know. But wait, Gregson's neck has no mark.
Objection!
So the day before the body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was a invitation to stay. It was homely. However you described it, there's only one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
I would ask a court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes a lot of sense. It was me who took the colleague of the man in the morning, and I saw the red bruises on his neck. I just have. Given that the mark is still visible on his witness neck, we expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. De Rossi.
Indeed, that is most peculiar.
But what did I tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning many times, Pepito's right. The man is his photograph. This is somewhat different than the man we captured that night.
Order!
It would appear that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on my ship was the incognito inspector. Was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection!
If that's true, however, how do you explain this inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item as the inspector. The prosecution made the assertion himself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary on that day. It surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the way Inspector Gregson who these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen on his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered the imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification?
This is event of any possible explanation, Counsel.
The whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we must keep meritorious notes of the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned out to the park of the Red-Headed League enrollment is revealed by the information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious!
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. But why don't you help us all to see whatever truth is you apparently see? Who exactly is it expected to appear than Mr. Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi? Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up until now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on livestream found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's alright, we tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the castle dragged him up by the pillar to a post of the dog collar. Look at that. That will not so hard as you say, huh? So who was the false inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night.
I must ask the counsel the question in defense to elaborate both ways. Who did the witness encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson?
It's Dawson.
Take that!
Goodness me! Isn't that...
One of the witnesses was on stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A manless man whose only occupation appeared to be peddling here by a passerby.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing to police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has appeared on his lip? Ah, see. This is the man who's not the rest of the lake. He is looking for the twisted lip leak, no? Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim this time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems impossible, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. Eh? What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back to the courtroom! Immediately! Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. An identity to that of the witness beside him. Know what's going on here, eh?
Always has been here.
It's a birthmark, isn't it?
A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you.
Something about the inspector again. But I'm telling you, you're all wrong as usual.
You're denying all knowledge of it.
Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with the nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRosu and Mr. DeRosu. Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you?
Did we have any choice?
We are in big trouble, eh, couple?
Let's quiet, not deliberately chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
The man was claimed to be inspected that day was definitely not his man. He's right, Chief. You think he's got to forget his grand lips, huh?
I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in any redheaded lady. I'm all alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Roll like me involved in something like that. Just look at me, huh? Does it look like I'll carry up a disguise with a face like this? It would certainly appear that we have a wrong man.
What I've been telling you, is this was no need to point pointless testimony.
Is that right? I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How will I have come by for the police inspector identification book, eh?
Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief.
Ugh. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be on something? I still say confident that there's always been some Narahoro. So, you heard of the red-headed league, have you?
You don't get the name like gossip for nothing, eh? My business to know what's going on in town. I told that Tracy Titter there's a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwich coffee for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose if that counts. Who knows?
As you can see, my own hair has not a hint of red in it. In any case, red will see my patch. You will catch this fight at some other part of town.
Is that so?
Not likely.
Excuse me!
Mr. DeRousseau.
Oh, Lee? Can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's words just now make you remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking at the place near the park, a small house or supper. to be the headquarters of the Red-Headed League, yes. I visited a housing agent of mine today. This is where I saw him. This man was paying money for his agent.
What?
Mr. Gossip was a housing agent? Boy, he has some kind of contract on this and that as they were in very disgusting terms.
No, you're mistaken, chum. I never left Fresno Street, man, like I said before. You're mistaking me for someone else. Someone with the same face.
No, the capo is right. I remember it too. He was paying a man with the banknotes. Notes?
Like I said, that wasn't me.
Here's why this man was prepared to close with so much money. But I look at the name of the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No. This is Immaculate. He tells you, but he has no name. But in fact, her name was Hugh Boom, huh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I can see.
No! I'm a peddler of tidbits information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folks talking about my personal life. Indeed. It is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court record for the trial. There shall be no objection.
Objection!
I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance in this case.
Good gracious! Do you see the legit prosecutor, Fogy?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Oh, never! In what capacity?
Hugh Boone, the name of the ledge holder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room.
I suggest, sir,
that you start talking.
Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh?
So your real name is Hugh Boone? Well, the name card suggested it, yes.
Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me on trumpet, but there's no wire peddlers or tidbits in town.
So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse.
Do? And once every 6 months, I'd go and pay the rent of the little agent on Wine Street.
I remember now.
There were 2 vulgar redheads the very last time.
Aye, if either of us is a vulgar, it's not to me. Think again, Peppino.
Why didn't you bring this up before? Like I told you already. I don't want talking about me personal like on the tidbit peddler and everyone else is concerned. You will update your testimony to include this more surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must.
So let's hold on Scotland Yard. Been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our noses all along. Really?
Objection!
Is this the wrong one? Okay, that's the wrong statement. Yeah.
Objection!
If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why is there among the prisoner's furnishings we found this photograph in the room.
Ugh.
I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, doesn't it? Does it not?
Oh, well...
Mr. Boone, drop the prentice and tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I should tell you something. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. Not a mouse disguised with a hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
But what if we were to look at the other way around? What do you mean?
Yes, counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But considering the possibility that his prominent lip is himself as part of elaborate disguise, that hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone?
Witness! Are you still hiding the truth from this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really one person it could really be. My lord, the defense believes it could reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No. Please. No.
Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this particular who is simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, is it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
The name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed league men. And last night, you were put out for the prosecution service in preparation for testifying for this trial. Because we'd like to believe that you, Mrs. Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were homeless. Being important witnesses in the case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you're not only able to return home, but you're also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
No, don't just look out of the minute. I don't have the fresh idea.
What I'm talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
No, please. My lift brings soap, a sponge, and a wash towel at once. Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. Rossi, you will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord.
See, my lord.
Oh! No! Stop! Get off! Please! Don't!
It's him.
Well, you are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See, there is not a question. This isn't expected that we saw at the bar.
Extraordinary!
On the day of the red-headed league enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi in the park was you disguised as an inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector with no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? And your career has promised. Why, you have quite possibly have become a future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling the tenant tower of Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? But where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's the name I invented.
Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay Pre-Warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for a new occupation in which I earned a wage. But times are hard in London, and I found no suitable engagement at all. In desperation one day, I turned my head to selling waivers on Fresno Street. But your wife appeared to know nothing about this? She still maintains that you are a chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was already determined that my wife should not know about my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account on the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place to which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squad peddler, and transform myself back every evening I find into a well-dressed man in town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, and that explains it. But why aren't they these tell us in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me as some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could tell by passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you could hope to match the salary you have commanding as chief warder at the prison.
Very true. You have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat begun employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I invented Boone and began my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
You mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yourself?
I knew him from the time working at the prison. When he saw what I had become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasingly irregularly. Then one day, he asked me if I could carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret assignment? A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room here so the inspector could brief me. Visit at Arclight tomorrow and they extend for the process. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work. They're really people on those occasions. He will lend me as identification so people will believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been to work. And for those services, he compensates me financially.
Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquished his identification for each candidate it intends to deceive. That, I'm sure I need to not to point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully don't know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. even if I end up a cloaker, which he did. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Line Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went unrestricted to the park armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys his defense's case.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Sogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed in a location of the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed league men where they impersonated the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me. Oh, goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We have nothing to do with this murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Defense, for proving it. But... Ah! Ora!
Indeed, it would appear that we have such a de facto conclusions of sorts. These witnesses have no involvement of the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. I hereby call an end to this cross-examination.
Hold it!
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma.
What question, Counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at the very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? The execution of the professor, Genshin Isogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh, answer me, man.
One moment, Counsel. This is related to the current case.
Naturally. It is the prosecuting belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are extremely linked.
These events are clear, Counsel.
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama, no wonder he's acting slow. Did Mr. Fisher's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale against the Zogi's last moment, his father. And no, I do understand that. Even so... Prosecutor Sogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth about Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. So the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten?
I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some particular reason, my memory of that event leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time. Have you forgotten the reason why you left such an important job? Yes, you're right. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When you experience pain and suffering as we feel unable to bear, we block it out, eliminate it from our memories, sealed it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface, and when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't... Kazuma-san. But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He needs to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction of what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. Should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Let's do it. I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder from your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice warning the immediate termination of the prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name of the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there must be some mistake. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. The dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must be some good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June? Was that the professor execution? Professor? As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, obstinately executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life? In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claimed that the moment after he saw the convict chambering out of his grave, the gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in a cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Ora!
Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about the men who've seen the ghosts. Yes, Eknor Dweber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depth of conspiracy and brevity of which this tale is emerging is quite saturating.
I reviewed the police reports for the time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that the member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that the prison warder abetted the man's bed to for freedom?
Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using that mass murderous execution as a way to help him escape. You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me.
One evening, a few days after the execution, some detective came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Dad. This is serious business, but I cannot help you now. As Chief Warden, you are responsible for overseeing the execution effort. Well, it seems the fellow in Scotland Yard wants to have a wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You are to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, the professor, the hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape and finish. My life is over. I don't think that. Oh,
Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Oh boy. That is insane. But now we are actually continuing because this next part is actually the final part. Let us continue. Or finishing off. I still can't quite believe what just happened. You know, I quitted the bailiff after the court system was adjourned. And since Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window in the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out of the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Bruno! Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back in the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. Just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. So the construction of the conclusion only comes at the expense of the destruction of someone else. What does that mean? He knows very well that if you were to open someone else's wounds, you often open your own too. He just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Having mysteries is too important to him. It's so true. Well, that's what I like about Hurley after all. I suppose that's a lot to great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea. And I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last. With barely a day to spare for the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story I've been reading, Measures of Sherlock Holmes. You know, I always type Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Actually, hold on. Faye's still here, look. Hey, take, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade, I think you will know. It's a shovel. It didn't take long to reignite the whole argument. Ah, I have an idea. Let's give it a Pillman and nail like Professor Hairbrain named his tool. Oh, I never thought of doing that. From now on then, let's call it Ryunosuke. No, it's really much more than a Suzatsu. The whole argument is taking a new and unexpected turn, it seems. Yep, 8 and spades. Finally got all of them. And there we go, now we are finally done with that. Well, let's go back and talk to Iris. Now, how did it go in the court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Vansix definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody! Yeah, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there is another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound when he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercifully persistent. What's going on with his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Vansix has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. I'm just curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Vansix, though, aren't there? Ah, do you mean... I mean, what was he doing here on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then why was that notice board in there covering all the particular papers? Papers about cases with the link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get the bad feeling about all this. Dear, that sounds more like trouble. Something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. I never imagined I might have to investigate the Inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry of his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Schultz was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it happened the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed Link that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector has something to do with what he wished he kept secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless rubber of fish and chips. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well, anyway, if Lord Vansix felt the need to investigate Gregson, yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Schultz if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Schultz completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil has been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Ah, it's St. Sinners. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. That's amazing, Bruno! You found the lady's husband already! Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! And when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was obviously working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregson? But what? I have absolutely no idea. Jeannie was right. I'm starting to think all the folks are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. It means he has ties with the professor and the Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? That's the St. Sinners, then. Alright, nice. Now let's go visit Strongheart.
No arguments, Prosecutor Sogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Perfectly. It's Kazuma-san. The fine Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down.
On your way now, Sogi.
My lord. Kazuma. He left without saying a word.
Yes? What are you doing here?
Oh, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind.
The Warden Van Zig's trial concluded today. But for Prosecutor Sogi's unwelcoming inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary.
Unwelcoming inquiries?
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Curiously, 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42. 43.
We must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Does Prosecutor Sogi believe that Lord Van Zik is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful close trial, that Lord Van Zik made a name for himself among the judiciary. For the next trial he fought, he lost. He met the ringleader of the criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jury being under duress.
That's awful.
The man's freedom was short-lived. It lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died on the rock slide in this place I work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believe Lord Van Zik was responsible?
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
He must have a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mystery of deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, obviously at the hands of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidence.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may will be revealed by this trial.
And the impact of the revelation would have had in the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a close trial?
Precisely. This country hasn't seen a close trial in 10 years.
So the last one, with the professors? The trial against you, the Sogi?
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Thanks, it treated me like with the person prosecution to him that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. But the son of the man Van Zix is condemned now and looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single clock being out of step with the others. So that's what those gears are all about here. If a young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of the great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Not something in which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting in precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that's a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Sogi? Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Let's go to see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. I'm coming to Kenny by the hotel in the governor's office. Lord Van Six is reading, look. He doesn't seem that he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet a lawyer who's trying to get his hardest to prove your innocence, isn't it? Perhaps not. I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Ziek speaking earnestly. How the fuck will I fall like the first time in months tomorrow? It does feel very, very strange. I must say I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. It's sarcastic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crimes that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why will I choose to say anything? But the henchman of the criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day, and that was just the most recent of many attempts at your life, wasn't it? Someone's clearly profiting by your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Is the whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused and Cage case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the essential figure of the Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No! No! Gregson? The Reaper? So the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you attempt to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper is a failure to a single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was the key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregson is that he was behind all those awful criminals, meaning that... Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh! He was the tactician. His job was to merely investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed to form alibis. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing about the Reaper, but the room he made in Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin then for briefings. I don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have to try to name the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman. Oh! She's a young woman by the name of An Assassin. Wait, what? Shin? Miss Asha Shin, the true name of a terrified killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. I can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson, because Iris doesn't know and it's very likely that the man was her father. Asa Shin, we should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Her name is Assassin, that's pretty funny. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Sogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merit. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the best students are selected for such opportunities. And a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Kenshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous great societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns, as politics, as economics, and war. In many ways, the Sogi was carving out a character in a society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. Ah, I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Menzies was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? It was 10 years ago on the foggy night. It was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Cliff Van Six has already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down the back streets at the late hour. Of course, at the point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only a noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of one hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I've been targeted several times before already. Yeah, that's Ben 6, alright, we'll get him. I could hear the murmur amongst the subs. I knew they were after me. And when I thought my time would come, I thought to kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Sylvie's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't exactly remember what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on my cobble street. Well was peeping from his left hand. He shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost a brother I revered and a foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how immediately related they all are. I don't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brad. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about the new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray! Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. In some ways, this place is rather similar. That's funny. I thought it yesterday. I think I did again. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whenever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Oh, look what we have here. This is the most unexpected pleasure.
Ah, father. Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? Lovely.
What a charming young lady. And you are... Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly with such much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Schultz, you know, father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes to someone explain that bright look in your eyes.
You wouldn't be smiling so early if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it's a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the Sinfonia, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly experimental performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you were murdered by Cosmo on the end there.
No, please don't understand. It was you who impressed me.
Really?
He didn't use his step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured in such a fine defense for him, left it in you is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. Really nice to hear.
When I saw in court today, I confirmed what I have been hoping for.
The flavor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have to do a report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea and discuss Fata's murder?
I wonder where Judge Jigoku had gone to. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. The members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was eventually student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after the case where the visiting students already returned home.
Lord Van Zeeks, who was unlocked today. That was Barrett, the young brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all the mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asha Shin, in fact.
I beg your pardon? Did you say Asha Shin? You mean that Giselle Brad woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed? Professor Migatoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Jonas Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. I just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes. You just try to leave me behind.
So Well, that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Schultz? But the name of the credit author isn't Iris, isn't it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father?
Dr. John H. Wilson.
I was deeply inherited by the man of all the kindness he showed me during the time in London.
That's why I was keen to represent it back into my Imperial University of Louisville. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family. I don't know if he had a daughter or not.
But I think I can say with certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention it to the young men until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yes. We're back with cinnamon biscuits. Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. I haven't seen Judge Shikoku for a while, have you?
Guilty! Oh, ho, 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 ho.
But that guilty is still ringing in my ears.
No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose that the Symphonia's opening was postponed. He hasn't gone to explore the great exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Shikoku having once been on the dock himself?
Oh yes, he's all tied up with that accursed trial.
The close trial of Cosmo's father. Toshiro was trying to mitigate against his guilt when he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my!
He also said some scrumptious word about the British Empire to which he was charged.
Oh dear. Although it's very easy to imagine him doing that.
Well, he was alright at the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Oh yes, talking to Seshiro. I have a copy of the photograph we took together here yesterday. Please.
Oh, what a lovely picture. The surgeons seem to shout we have right to Britain.
None of us will have any idea what is coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's so true. So you mentioned a favor that you like to ask me.
Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long.
And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do... What? Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work first now. Japan's judicial system is inferior, especially when it comes to the defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judiciary is in desperate need of good defense lawyers. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact.
But I'm not even been in London a year yet.
And I know Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talent. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you'll be leaving then, Bruno. But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as a Soviet judicial assistant.
Oh yes, you're supposed to be a Cosmo's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with this situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest.
but I won't force it. All I ask is you to consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Luna? Thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe in Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does this lead me? Well, if you excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police to inform Bob Sashin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh, good. Please do come to Baker Tree sometime, would you? We'd love to entertain you. I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion to full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home? You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I wonder if you'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Sashin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I neglect to consider the possibility before now? Nah, Mr. Shou! Kirby, where have you been? What? I joined you on for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. But I didn't even notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, two more pressing concerns. Just another header. Oh, yes? I must dispatch telegram in the country at once. There's a matter of urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, who are you to test? Quickly now, who? Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looks reliable enough for a beauty so. I don't think what father's sports could be considered obscured, Mr. Shou. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty, unshaven father to see if this is sent. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Mrs. Atto. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is away. Does that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Holmes? Which isn't exactly... No. You may be surprised, but I am very busy now. I certainly have no time to hide behind set scenes and eavesdropping out of people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the city tools in your hands then, my dear fellows. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes. He just sort of ran out, didn't he? At quite a pace. I left an unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. I must catch up with father at the telegraph office, at once. And I'll run and call a cab, straight away. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Shou's bill. Well, let's go. This is the ward Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously try to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all those years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. And he compensated me so generously by acting as an assistant. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and knowing what he could to help. But perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along with him. I'm sure this is just a wish for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... If possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get it all on my chest. I want someone to tell me what I should have done. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. He pretended to be an inspector carrying out investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to a specific location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression so everyone there could think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's where you were exploring on the day prior to the incident? Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Main Street for a red-headed dick event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So you would always make a point of shoving Grace's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way to become a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in Fresno Street room for 5 that day, like the report back to the inspector. At the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight of 17 June 10 years ago. There was a time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to affect the plan to escape. I hardly dare to imagine what the chilling pattern was. Was renowned to be the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in and out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. Coffins that which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of the condemned convict, The body was taken to his coffin for immediate burial at Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no members of staff were permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioners and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. They would wait in the adjacent room for word that the 10-day convict was dead. On the occasion, once I had the confirmation, I went into the monastery to find the lone coffin as usual. The procedure started when I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside that coffin. The coffin was then taken out of the main gates and disposed at Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't be enough air inside to breathe in for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was faithfully shot in the graveyard anyways. What on earth really happened at Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped the way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously you knew the man there? The professor, I mean? Genshin Asogi? Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After the trial was carried out behind closed doors, attacked only by elite members of the judiciary, it called for his execution to be carried out in the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of this trial was set for the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of deliberate discrepancy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially dissociable case had been dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. There was a chief warder I foresaw his short stay at the cells during his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his notable character and his incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, and he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intelligence. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he had done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocrat whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. The following day, the close trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. At night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, he pursued me. As soon as he noticed me, he hurried shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, it's true. But there were special conditions in Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed these things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the Aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country and from the Empire of Japan, the powers that were to be determined. That is found they should be measly accompanied. And what was the exception you mentioned? To the personal effect he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or papers. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record for what had happened to him? Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he played speeding with me. Why didn't you just hide behind your back? Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's safe if you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, but what's in that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I've seen nothing and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that it is in the end story of his mysterious will. I wasn't the only person who saw Senki's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution. Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders get up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent to his family back home in Japan, you see. Poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. Well, I didn't search thoroughly, not myself. The governor called him was with him. He was screaming. And can he be disappeared completely? That doesn't quite make much sense though, does it? In what way? Well, we understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to his will. What he said was, the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. The dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I've forgotten all of this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. What will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I mentioned that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. It was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Asogi Papers. I'll be very grateful if you make no mention of these things I told you about them. presumably for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If you become known that I remember, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Hisogi penned just before his death? Which the man himself claimed that was his last weapon. I wonder. Perhaps it has something to do with his plan to escape? If there's anyone who might know about the document that Cosmo's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. And we know precisely where we must go. Back to Parkley Prison. Yeah, let's go back. Ugh, back again, aren't you? Yes, hello. I've read all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, huh? Virgil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the laddie doesn't work here anymore. The case is not to do with Barkley. I would have not liked you to get to the Grand Guardian boot. Of course, yes, Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. I can, you can very well, so how about the wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are little handcuffs, and they're hard as irons too. So, what brought you down here today? Well, there's something else I'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might be a document that would disappear from Genshin Hisogi's cell. I think it's been called the Hisogi Papers or something. Didn't I not say Grayson's death has not to do with things that have happened at Barkley? Leave the past in the past, laddie. There's not fools to reboot with the relevant details. His expression changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. That the murderer botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barkley's darkest ally. The shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator in the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner could confirm the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Silf, and my chief warden at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Mr. Vigil said he didn't know anything about it. The rascal won't say I knew it, eh? More handcuffs? Oh, how can I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice and the results of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I think he'd like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Did you not think he would have jumped in shock when he was trying to be an exploser, eh? I do. You would say otherwise, though, wouldn't you? Of course, I can't he shown any responsibility myself. I should have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anyone that can what went on the time now. With President been murdered and Dr. still forbidden from handling the business. No visitors. Someone officer doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I would can't drink this empty packet with no humor. Here, take a handcuff or two. Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. We want to become an Numidian. I suppose, if there's anyone who can still attend the boot what happened back then. And lastly for the Phonetic Statistic. Phonetic Division, Maria Gori. Maria Gori? I still stopped her. She think he had no more, just the one. But the wee brains follow in the man's footsteps. Didn't he ever see her without a scalpel on her hand? Ah. Nah, where did she spring from? Did you just call the Dr. Mama? Dr. Seuss's daughter, Maria Goring. We should do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Seuss's daughter, but her surname is Gory? It's a family history, I'm sure, but I think he can't admit the roots of it. She grew up watching her mom working in the bodies of folks who died in the same circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. And can't she understand it himself? Perhaps she was driven by the deep respect for her mother? Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner's responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mama's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even the rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march with a lullaby. Well then perhaps her brother might have told her about the autopsy of the case 10 years ago. Aye, I say there's a fighting chance at last. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gory herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm not happy to put any part of this. Took years of learning to finally forget about the whole professor business. Can't you not give up to this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dragging up in this painful marriage for everyone. Can you not just stay away now? Leave me alone and then he come back here, hey? You gotta talk to you. How'd you come to Kent to know about it, laddie? There's not many folk here even know about the person who heard about those papers. Well, I can't tell him that Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually the last will and testament, is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, it's at the end of the silent treatment. But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? I don't know, you'll have to have cause there. I think you didn't have quite the text straight. It was there at the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not where we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee look over in here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here we are, see? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I can't see read the words of Japanese squiggles, but I mind it says he leads all his worldly possessions to his son back at his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie, that's your lot. After all the standards and the slices of execution, we sent the mass processions back to its kind of Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. One thing I thought of on your way out, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are nuts with Gregson's death. I prefer if he didn't hear no mention of them outside his office, or rather. I would say just prefer it, consider an order from the highest level of our government. I understand. Okay, I guess that's it. Well, let's go see Cosmo now. So this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, isn't it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always focused on kneeling on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner, it's just happened to Senseiya style wherever he's working. Kazuma. I thought I wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. It was right when I said one night. Sorry? And you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you fulfilled your dream of advocating for the British courts. I never mentioned for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in the foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream cause of the summer. I'm really happy for you. I'm truly thankful for you, Judicial Assistant Nico Toba. Ryunosuke. I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the big British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of these things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself visiting students here once along with Judge Jikoku, and about what happened with your father. But you have no difficulty understanding why I'm no threat, why I have to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Bria. We were heading across the oceans for Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events, I thought I lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I woke, I was lying on the bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a coil of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of the ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up to the desk. Were you already suffering from amnesia at the point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain, your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me recklessly. Out of desk, I saw the two steamship and were doctors in large ports. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have a feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the distant passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells, my head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I escaped with a dead man, with nothing but a clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily though, I have 2 feathers on my cape. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a desk hand on the cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable intensity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man has just lost his memory of literally messing in his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I moved and on Earth to get here at this point. So how did you end up in Lord Van Ziek's apprentice then? That can only be called by extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped by the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to send to meet him. That's when the second feather in my cap came to play. Would that better been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Fort Strongheart was crossing by the Easterner with immediate knowledge of British law. It took me back to the Supreme Court and signed me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Weber. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you in Yumei, you talk about your dreams. Mark my words, Miyanosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called in our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, has been taken ill in England and passed away. He was Professor Mikotoba, your father's Suzaku-san.
Oh my!
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yumei. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh!
And one day, a letter arrived on our home from Great Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming there was no acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer Kurosawa named.
Oh no!
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all these years. Presumably, the letter was sent to the relative of one of the victims. And whoever has been a member of the judiciary, he could have been imprisoned at the close trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm just sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its best to silence whoever sent the letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
Still, it couldn't have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by my favorite aliens. That couldn't have been easy for him, and I'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I shoved the letter to Judge Chikoku.
Ah, so the other visiting student.
He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my refrained mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Isogi. But I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of warrior, Miyanosuke Naruhodo.
What if that 6 is the Reaper, you know? I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself the victim was.
Yeah, the inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You think you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the inspector? Yes,
Baron Van Zix is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be the mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, it was merely simply that justice was done as law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. From one man condemns another, he must be taking responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. This came up in the trial, didn't it? There's something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected terms of the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. But considering when the pocket watches stopped at the scorched marks of the candle, it's surely a distinct possibility the evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. But I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner's responsible wasn't there, so I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course, the last thing I want for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery? By Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asobi clan. Well, it is a famous story that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is I never got a chance to draw before I returned it to you. Karuma is said to have been forged by the Master Swordsmith during the Central Warning State period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip of the old block, I say. This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asobi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade name for his spear name. Really, Karuma? That does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever in his side, which is why it meant so much to me that I have it on my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, your change. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I completely understand your resentment towards Van Zix given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you're about to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. The man is a Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove this with his court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you do what you have to do every month, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I won't expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, and you obey me. This looks lovely. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the decrepit. But actually, There's a rather pleasant scent of roses in here. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? What was that? Dr. Gory? What? That noise before. It was sharpening the tools. Maybe get mean if I keep it a perfectly clean edge on them. Right. Following a colleague's experiments with the debris, I simply sharpened scalpel. Cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh yes, please, I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. Maybe some other time. Is that a touch? Well, you couldn't even ask questions, so... we have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? The mama said I wasn't to get spoken. You're so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Silk has some scruples at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us for the time being, anyway. For the time being? You mean until we die? I'll bet it's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less interesting way to make me here listen. Dr. Gory, we actually came in to ask you about this. It was very good. Good? Sorry? Skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joint dislocated easily and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. Well, we can skip those details. But there's one thing about the report that caught my attention. You don't seem to be recorded the time of death. That's not my fault. Oh, that made me jump. And please, tell us what happened. So, why didn't this officer report clear the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Mel Stronghart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here. Lord Stronghart came? He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. That's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. For this one reason you didn't include it. Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Stronghart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go the same way as your mother. Give it here then. Hmm? Why are you scribbling so furiously? Seriously. There. You're written... Well, what's she written? Tell us. Indeterminate. But... What do you mean by that? Why is the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. The time of death could easily be provided with the gunshot we heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was a fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And the fish started to rot. What? If the victim was fried fish, he presumably had to eat it before he went off. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... Is that possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body on ice, you could delay the onset of purification. If Nobuko wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not, but maybe in a factory or some other special place. I don't recall seeing any factories that sounds like at Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of that have been? Couldn't say for sure. At the most, it might have been at the morning. No! In other words, it could corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed the day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? I simply said there was no electrical refrigerator with the sense of initiatory. Oh yes, one other thing. It's something about Governor, the prison at Arklay Prison to us. He said that your mother, Dr. Sill, was responsible for confiscating the death of the professor after his execution? The professor. Apparently you always enjoy listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My mama carried out the autopsy for Clint Van Zieks as well. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zieks, the professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on him near a rescue carrier is completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, I believe, was quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy will find a vital clue we need to arrest the killer. My mother was there for the historic event. What does this all mean? The amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zieks. They both spent their final moments before the burial near the scratching table there. But this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. He really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you can tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and signed a certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, we found out recently, you mean. I believed in her, and Mama, but now I wonder if I'm staring down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death of his autopsy report? That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. It's just like Mama. I'm sure she was forced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that they were powerful forces to play 10 years ago. The execution could have been staged without a lot of people in the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I say the same thing. Because who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy with Clint Van Zieks. It was at the time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice as it's served in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim and when the autopsy was performed. Mama was present, though only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy! And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father, Yuji Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba was involved in something so important. The outcome of the historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. That's how they came to identify Genshin as Soviet beings from this mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the record for yourself? What? Will that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filled on their feet in the back of covers with the other records of the last decade. Thank you! Let's see. Van Zeeks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks. There must be. Perhaps somebody took them away? No one's allowed to take documents relating to the professor's case out of this room. You're right, they're gone. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records. No, you don't mean... Sherlock Jones was his name. Deep down I knew it was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Iris? Whoa. Bruno. I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. I'll come with you then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now, then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, were you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes. Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Wait, Iris. I'll brew up a pup for you when you get home. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. It was really fun. But next time you come, I prefer if you were ready to discretion. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's strange that the records of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy has been disappeared. I think it has all became to do. The police are still busily investigating the scene here. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's not investigating on her own, after seeing what her boss told her. Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? You can always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. little trunk wasn't here before, wasn't it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder who it belongs to. There's no initials on the outside. Look. TG. This is one of the policemen if they know how I came to be here. Oi, what do you think you're doing? That's my trunk it is, and hands off. Where are you hiding? I don't know, you leave something untended for a few seconds, and every time Nick and Harry got a greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Gina, but... What? Speak it now, Otto. Is it fair to say that you only owned that trunk this morning's trial? What? Well, what are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk's been here anywhere, and it always is. Where are you keeping that last year? Try not to clear your breath, maybe. You haven't gotten in the yard now. It should be ashamed for yourself. They say what it was the boss who killed the Bludgers. Oh, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard know nothing about. Stuff we do with all the criminals called what got us scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zix who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well, then obviously it was that blooming Reaper giving the orders, weren't he? But why would people be suspecting Benson Gregson to be involved in the killings? There was a notebook hidden in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about the crimes that had been pegged as the Reaper. But... What? No, did you see it, Chief? Did you see that notebook? They were flaming at me. It's just because I'm not just a pendant apparently. They were me who found it with my boss. That's right. It's pretty myth about it, so take a peek of what it said anyway. Oh, that's right, Gina. You managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Well, shit, it's my right to read it on the wall. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, and names. A whole long list of them. All details what the Blunger is supposed to have done by a Reaper. But there could be explanations for that. Perhaps it was recording Inspector's investigation into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. It's the first thing you think, right? As it happens for names I recognize anyway. Well, the Reaper targets almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name behind here that hasn't been on. At the end of the list, you think? I'm pretty sure that day against him was 31st October. That was the day before the Inspector was found dead, and Halloween. So what was the odd name? It wasn't like the name I ever seen before. It was something like, nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too, I don't know what it mattered, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. I don't suppose it mean anything, but... Did you say Shin? What? Did it mean something? What is this the other name too? You mentioned her as well. The woman actually did the deed. And now we found out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, investigating the lads in the yard are trying to trace the boss's movement the day before it happened. The day before, there would be an undercover investigation into the red-headed league lab. Only the boss didn't go, did he? Huh? Kevin Caldwell was pretending to be him, didn't you, Otto? Yes, it was Mr. Vigil that actually went to the park I liked you that day, wasn't it, Gregson? Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I got my own ways of result. Me and my partner here together, there's nothing we can track down. Oh, little Toby, such a faithful friend. So, have we checked anything down there? What do you think, eh? Oh, we have. Can't tell you, though. Police didn't mean it. Ugh. Anyway, the point is, if you're liable to need any help, you know who to turn to, right? You're my hellhound here. Right, because he looks so hellish, honest. Hellhound. You know about your hellhound there? Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's departed before, isn't it? The Japanese police told me something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment since we're canine hours. It should be, after all, it's been the greatest revelation case the other day. It was Toby who was going to have to locate whoever's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration for what this super dog can do, hey? Do we have to the Chief Inspector could catch us up, I wonder?
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you were my having a sniff of this. You might be a little too keen, don't you think? The Chief Inspector made short work of Gino there. Oh, look where he's gone to. Oh my, that show clearly has a very still strong sense of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose. Hey, you nearly got away with it, too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose of YKG. Did it not cross your mind that he identified something that was right next to us? Yeah, it was a bit of a bloomer, weren't it? Enough now then, Gina. Eh? Get the chance to tell you about the truth about the trunk. It wasn't like that. It was just weird. What are you talking about? I know what you got through your head of yours, but it ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to chase the boss's movements. But that Toby here had a whiff of the boss's overcoat. As soon as I done that, he went off like a snot. Straight to that sandwich. The sandwich? Not a bag of chips? This is not a hold up. I believe he meets the witness. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, he had it written between his wooden boards and in the boss's trunk. You mean, when they heard the noise of the gunshot, they'll pile up here? Yeah, exactly, he nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector give that sandwich a good feeling. You know what he said? I thought it might affect the surprise and the chapter didn't need it anymore, so but that's all I said, nothing more, nothing less. Put your hand in the ear and take out it as soon as that spots the stuff left off. Well, Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then. How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. It ain't a pretty decent show, but I figured I might as well make good use of it. Ain't there something wrong with that, eh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answers to that question together. I think perhaps the trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police. Gina, if you don't mind. Could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright, man. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed report on our examination of the case. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Mr. Naruto, be careful. It must be the trunk. Oh, Lord. Toby, wait, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Mr. Naruto, Mr. Naruto. Here, quickly, hail the carriage. Oh, Mr. Naruto, are you alright? Miss Susato. Ah, conscious again less. I'm less ready today. After all, drop dead out there Mars like a very small carrier, most unsimilar. What is in a simile is relevant here with the soul. I still like the fucking animation you got. I'm still got some lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Wait, you bring me back here. Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we have no ice. Oh, that's a compass of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. It's the first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So, better stick the tea in whenever you're feeling up for it. But of course, no sugar in the pinch of cup. Ugh, the bum in my head is probably sweetly enough for it. Don't worry. Whenever you feel ready then. So, let's actually go back. Tina, I'm really sorry. Indefinite, it asked me a year ago about possible man all I care. So we got the police here, we catch a bloodless. So we have drivers are going can go out business in peace. Wait, sorry? I don't think I can hurt you properly. You said we're gonna see everything I need to know about being a detective. My long time is trotting around to the best flavor fish and chip shop are. Actually, that reminds me. Gregson said he was supposed to be going to Paris with the something wrong. Oh, no, I'm sure I've made too much into this. It's just that the timing seems very coincidental. Hmm? You know, the boss was acting a bit strange this year. Like he was always in a rush. Best chips in town. We're talking to Gina after we announced everything. Cutscenes after the incident in Toby in episode 4. Let us go back.
Her mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, bodend wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir
Well,
verbrennt,
this is...
Hopfen deine Wut.
What on earth is going on here? Am I having a bad dream?
Knacker ich befahl,
Heck no, it's an old German folk song. Rather fine rendition, do you think? That's the least of my concerns. Iris?
Herr dem seid holdlich gelobt und auf den ersten Streich.
Iris, what's the matter? Who's that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there? Iris, is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you while you are singing so mercifully, but would you be so kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A coding gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing disposition. And one that appears to have excited the gods of deception with their made to find their voices too. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Strings of reasoning with me are playing one now with a delightful delay. One nowadays sings of the reunion full of nostalgia. Whilst the other is a morsel thing of the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal. Iris. He's turned as white as a sheet. Why is usual when you're instantly seeing the very heart of the matter? And by the time our opening performance is over, I feel that this gentleman's song will reach its finale. Beloved, to Music Land, where all the sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do George Sherlock's latest launching and recently spectacular. Alright. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality, clearly a German with no grasp of the English language. As evident by the German showing his face and his brain, the ability to understand what he has to deceased. So, why is he reading at all, in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, your mom was following the gaze of those bright young legs on another particular part of the mystery. The reason for the man's finding it in the garden is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered a German couple. Yes, a couple of your latest purple brand. The tea's interlocked flavor makes the Spanish spirit sour. And the result of this joyful German is tumbling disgracefully from his lips. I eagerly sample flavor myself so the German fellow of his state of elation. Now for the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman wearing himself so thoroughly in the settee? As it happened a number of years ago, well, certain gentlemen with German origin is a circumstance following a particularly deliberate case. They required the retrieval of letters when taking equations so I proven problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived in my office with a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Siegmund von Nordstrom, a king of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask is one of the gentlemen is identical. Yes, there can be no question, that mask belongs to the king of Germany. It would appear that his Majesty appears to have fine service at Fort Lee. He decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. So, well, Madam Monarch, indeed, would you be ready to leave? So the identity of his master visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the great civilization. Which leads us to one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently explainable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your immediate is concealing that cat knack. The 5-pound note of it, I must say, is no patron and deeply satisfied. It would appear that you would like such sweet bribe to satisfy his royal highness. Turning yourself to spend money on stage for keep quiet about the king's secret. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you try to hide in your silence, Iris? Ah yes, you need only follow that brief momentary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to examine that coffee mug. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that his high spirit hygiene is broken in place of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and I urge you to try to conceal it with me. I shall have to build St. governmental channels of the German royal family to his replacement. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction to this painful puzzle.
Her mit dem Schwarzbierchgebot, bodend wie ein Feuerberg.
With your silence as well, that fellow's gibbets of warning relics in my ears, does it not?
Deine Wut.
Mr. Sholmes, I must say something that's rather troubling me. Pray, Mrs. Upton, tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah, and you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes says it all right, you might as well order to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance in Mr. Nutherdo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of the case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, I testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It would easily become quite a scandal. I believe Mr. Naruhodo that it's our turn now to make some corrections to the number of minor errors that I may slip in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit that he might slightly wide the mark as time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find the truth behind this mysterious scene. But what truth is inconceivable, my favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? In a joint representation of Herlock Sholmes lost in a region spectacular. First, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of English. It's evident that the Germanic song he sings and apparently barely understand what his disease. So why is he doing it at all, in such apparently high spirits? It's in, of course, Iris. It's clearly known to you. Indeed, we only allow the grace of the variety on rice to reveal the particular part of mystery. The reason for the man's mind is the Gremlin is because of the herbal tea. So what? Some makes a herb, some make you urge to sing? Goodness, I should try you like some. I'd like it to hear you singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, it's been stuck still for some time. If you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah, if you're not sure what's actually responsible for the spirit of singing, I suspect the answer lies to the end of Iris' gaze.
Take that!
The reason for the man's smiling and doing gremlin is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well gentleman will break into this obscure folk song and make it a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that this fellow is unconscious. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What would I purchase a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On to the joke. Who exactly is this gentleman now burning himself so thoroughly at the city? As it happens a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged in the service of solving a particular delivered case. He requested a retrieval of letters once sent by acquaintances on Quebec problematics. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmund von Ormiston, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, this mask is worn by the gentleman is identical. Yes, there's no question the mask belongs to the King of Germany. Although we already established that it's actually the King of Bohemia, these Mr. Shulman tends to persist with the Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotts, the boy whom you have in tears? Don't remind me or anyone else. He also was all members of the aristocracy of the mainland Europe wearing masks. I'm sure they do. Well, probably, anyway. The point is, the mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we all know, because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Zogi. In other words, my memories are extremely reliable. Only you can try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been lingering on his metal chest for several days, so that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. It is not a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, this gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance to lift the mask and peer beneath it. I don't believe it. Ah! Father! I'm afraid Mr. Sutton must be mistaken. No! I think not, Mr. Sholmes. Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. Mysterious visitor. Is my unconscious father Yuji Mikotowa? Logic and reasoning? Or just looking or saying? Which leaves us to one remaining impossible. Yes, you, Midas. You're apparently instinctual silence unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your movement is concealed inside our cabinet. So that 5-pound note poking out the Iris' knick-knack, was it? Oh dear, it can't be said most money will be counted in coin form. I know. I'm not even sure if there are any banknotes here in Britain at all. But anyway, Father would never have paid money in Iris' hand. He clearly seems to be a silent type himself, though, judging by his presence saying. There must be some other reason for Iris' silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard to not give away is her eyes. It's something entirely different.
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation. Upon multiple examination, expecting there's something different about the chest of yours. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, there's something to do with your piece of the speakers. It is a simple enough matter to indict you to speak up, sure. I merely need to open his chest. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! What the? Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, Hurley! Oh my god. He's dead. Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. Ah! In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different from the usual deduction for Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he left me alone for the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance the next part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You don't actually know the answer yet, despite them knowing part of their finger before. Mrs. Otter, sometimes a man needs to point at the finger first and then later. Oh, well, if you say so. But I'm going to examine how he's more carefully and try to rescue the situation then.
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Ah, well, Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. This is where you call up to try to stop him and you slip something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands, no doubt that keeps the chest. You're so clever, Runa. But now it's become clear, thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, you can well imagine what happened here. But Professor Megatomo also opened the metal just only to be punched into the air. And then sprung away on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, what was he wearing cosmos on his mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this building. This is not right, Iris. Considering how the room was erased before the whole painful experience took place, and Professor Megatomo opened the chest completely unaware of what awaited inside, the mask has flown into the air as it was and only to land immediately in his face when he fell down. He jumped straight into the air and hit with a caught in the unconscious Professor's finger. You need to think of the stylish scarf. It's actually just a tablecloth. It's the great detective's office after all, it's quite the miraculous deduction. Would you expect anything less? Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. Let's suppose we must get out of Hora's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. Well then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
Admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather miss everything of importance. I did like the fact that he had his own objection right there for a moment. Mr. Sholmes! If you would cast your mind back to the early deduction... Anyways, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Ah! Yes? When he looks up her face... Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whoever that great secret is, it's the cat's out of the bag yet. So I'll put you into it. You were to steer at serve with a coffee cup. Really, it's a shame how Mr. Sholmes' clout must have been smashed in Professor Megatomo with the place. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now the deduction has taken a different direction. Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, the great secret is something else. Put our observation skills to work out here one final time.
Take that!
You were attending to Oxford with that case file. Right. As you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of the great detective. Oh no! We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. And Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clinton Van Six has gone missing. Clinton Van Six? Yes, I don't seem to recall. But some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me! In truth, I would like to have thought I could predict the booby-trap chest, but it caught me completely off guard. It was very neatly of the late consulting detective Sherlock Holmes. I'm sorry, Harley. But you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I've been looking for. When I saw this report, I saw the writing in it. Oh, it was Daddy's. The writing? My father's writing? What do you mean? What do you really mean? Iris? Must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, but if it is... Mr. Holmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Ah, her father! Perhaps we should finally get someone more peaceful to us. Mr. Nuthead. Yes? Would you be so kind as to let him in your bed? You must do our very best to make him more comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. How will I? No, I can manage. I won't think. Yep, it's good. We won't want Iris to food to stew. Because there's no better way to make a professor uncomfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Schultz is making himself scared to give Iris a chance to talk more freely. He must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on. Blackboard is where Iris dribbled down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of one of those sick friends. Look up, right up, but look. Pink apples on the market. And all these things. What? The little figures can speak? All your questions will be answered if only you would read this month's Rancid magazine. I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. Probably go back and do that. I'll probably try to get that off screen. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, that's the note. There's a note all about the case all together I kept inside a metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. One way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build the picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, You don't know quite any other girl of your age, though. But there's one thing I couldn't never find out. Daddy's name. Ah, his name wasn't anywhere on the menu of the notes he made about his work with Hurley. Except one day. That's what happened, isn't it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. You know the handwriting. I thought to myself. Because it was the same as the writing you've seen on your father's case notes. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I need to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in my laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that it was the first and last time we've been allowed even to look at it there. So you decided to steal it. When I compared my autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I called myself Iris Wilson. And that's when I had a brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I read The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories have quite such a deep personal significance to you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Really? I made a promise, you see. Not until the time was right. I keep the details about your father a secret. I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then, let me look after it until we get there. I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Ah! What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth is the matter, Mrs. Sato? You're turning as white as a sheep. This autopsy report, Mrs. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing. Isn't Dr. Wilson at all? Huh? What do you mean? How do you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing. It's my father's. What? Professor Mikotoba's. Indeed, it's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does this all mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. So this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? That makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible, my dear fellow. Great, take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when my father returned to Japan after extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Ah, of course. He was the assistant of Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. And just as assistant, he would have aided with his discretion was making detailed notes, which would be assembled as the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the comments and put a signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson in the report would be his signature at the end. See, the Irish got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? We saw that and assumed that a report has been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, written by Iris. There really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. But what about this supposed partner of yours? Does he really exist or not? Ah, you come straight to the point. And please come straight with the answer. I believe Pirates explained it in one of his installments. He was a trusted comrade, and one person that you truly have called a friend. And did this partner truly make a record of your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely met. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of whether your cases are penned by the same hand, if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would have been one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have been Yuji Mikotoba. In other words, Mizusato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You are hit upon a method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba? Does this mean that you're real Dr. Wilson?
No, my dear. No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Yuji Mikotoba, your father.
Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Suzato's undertaking.
I must say, though, all my old friend is a world by celebrity as a great mystery solver in my creative history of law.
I still remember the first time we met.
Oh, pray remind me,
what was it again, Mikotoba?
16 years ago, Sean.
Oh yes, quite, 16 years ago.
I just arrived from Japan from Seshiro and Genshin. I was in search of one close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms for a reasonable price.
The friends are devilishly high at that particular area.
That's right, so I decided to meet someone to share lodging and expense. And I was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who have found themselves in a similar situation.
I was a fellow back then, and you shadow the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosity for a little game.
And the situation of our corroboration led to us pursuing a case together, you see. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures.
But in the last year of Mikotoba staying in Britain, the most infamous of cases presented itself. The case in which you are rather familiar yourselves, the professor's killings.
After the trial, Teshiro and I were summoned back home.
Hardly surprising given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded in my trusty chronicle remains in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Megatopa really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Father.
Goodness, my dear. What a cunning look.
As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were Great Detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really ask you to explain now.
And that is...
You know very well what it is. The unsolved matter of Iris's father. Of course. I'd forgotten about that one.
I should have seen this coming, I suppose.
Iris told us that all the notes about the Great Detective's adventures are in the metal chest, were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all of those case notes, then Iris's father must be you.
Oh!
Upon my word, Mr. Zato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
What?
Well, you always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care while I was here embarked on a study tour in Britain. And I always accepted that. But all this about Iris. Oh, there it is. That was a size called Sarah.
No, hold on a minute. It wasn't very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is? There it is. Now my ice go from ice cold to red hot as we point to.
No, really, you just got the wrong end of the stick. Show, say something, man.
That's quite enough, my dear fiery feathers. Mr. Sholmes? When did he get all dressed up? Well, I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past. Megatopa and I have some urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's really late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must he go? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I have pursued some natural enemies. So, get your coat, Megatopa. The game is afoot.
But Sholmes, I really must give Sulato a full explanation of things.
Wait a minute, madam. Our carriage awaits downstairs already.
You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I've visited my home now for 10 long years. Open that chest to fit in nostalgia, I quite expeditiously passed out. As far as that was enough, and I took it plunges, I plunged straight to all the rest.
Oh, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes.
What?
There's no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in the board's best interest. I trust you completely.
Zato?
Sending the Great Detective and a great partner out to new adventures together. More than I could possibly hope for in my wildest dreams.
Very well then. I will speak again later.
So, I believe your own work is done for today. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow.
Yes, Madam. Good luck in battle.
And then reaching a decision. A decision? Am I ready to go back to Japan, I suppose?
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
And with that, the Twisted Karma and their final bow has been completed. The legendary pair. And that's going to be it. The next stream will be the final case. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yep. We are down to the final case. And that's going to mean, and that after this case is done, we are completely done with Ace Attorney. Until we get Ace Attorney 7. And for now, we are going to end it here. Wow. I cannot believe that we are close to being done with the group of Ace Attorney. Okay, well, that is going to be it. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye.